All right, we are live. All right, I think that's working. I'll go ahead and run these ads at the start because that'll be the least annoying for everyone. Because nobody's here right now. So we just run the ads now. Nobody has to deal with them, which is great. Howdy, howdy. If you notice anything wrong with stream, let me know. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong, but as per usual. And I found out the reason that I couldn't see how the ads worked was because I was on the wrong page. I was on mod view, which is what my mods see, and I need to be on stream manager, which is meant for me. So having that resolved, I can now control the ads, which means that I can delay them. But I just went ahead and ran them now. Get all of that out of the way. And we'll go from there. But I did work off of stream on a new launch vehicle. Well, new-ish. And I'll go ahead and get that out. Now, this is probably not what it's going to be named. But what's my bitrate? Why is it saying unstable? I don't know what that is. If I'll wait until everyone is back from the ads. Alright, welcome back everyone. I think the ads are done. If anyone notices anything off about how the stream looks, just let me know. Obviously I can only see so much. But this is it's probably going to be the Longinus class, named after the Spear of Longinus in Evangelion, and also the Bible, I think. I didn't know that was like a biblical thing, but a friend of mine has notified me that it is. But yeah, I will say I don't think we're gonna need this upper stage section to do this first mission. So I'm considering getting rid of that. But yeah, Bible lore, dead ass. But I'm thinking about doing this. So this is the avionics. So essentially, if we just do this, just do this. This off, and we kind of pop that on. That off. we're gonna take this off for a split second. Obviously, we're not gonna need a parachute. That might even be saying that's good enough. So basically just need to put a fairing on this. Let's do this. So, payload it down. What is a 1.4 meter diameter rocket? That'd just about do that there. Get rid of that decoupler. And since we don't have an engine in here, but we're reusing this avionics, we do this. Oh, it's gonna glitch out. The Christverse is astounding. The Christosphere or whatever. Yeah, I don't know much about the Bible. I'm gonna state the obvious, I suppose. But I'm also gonna state what really should not need to be said, but people do get their feelings hurt quite easily about it, which is that I am not like anti-religion of really any kind. I'm anti being a dick. I'm anti being hateful, but I mean, short of that, whatever. Do it thou will. Down. That should be right. So this burns, and these hot stage. That all. Oh, that should work. We're gonna paint it red. Because in Evangelion, the Spear of Longinus is like metallic red kind of color. So yeah. All right. Indeed. Um, the other thing that I have decided is that our like AJ10 upper stage is going to use these like 6 1/4 or 0.6 1/4 meter tanks right here, and we'll just cluster them in probably a cluster of 6 or 5, and then put the engine in the middle. So that way we're reusing tankage, and that is saving money. All right. Saturn 1 UR700 moment. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of that in this save, I reckon. Uh, I'm a huge fan of the Saturn 1 and the Universal rocket families, like the original designs. Um, Not like the Proton that we got. So, I don't know. I think they're fun. That is pretty stable. Go ahead and engage the reaction controls. Indeed. Who cares about dry mass when it looks cool? That is so accurate. I don't know. It's like, it's a sounding rocket. We don't need dry mass. We just need thrust and control. Okay. Yeah, that gave us an apoapse of like 300 kilometers, which is so alright. You're easily able to get a good bit of data. That spins, yeah, about 5 minutes above the atmosphere, 4 or 5 minutes. And then a good bit also upper atmosphere. Does mean that we're going to be going hypersonic, which is probably not the best. But, please survive. I don't know how we did, but we did. Ah! Oh, there's so much shit blowing up around us. Oh, good God. And then I just want to make sure the parachutes can deploy. Uh, I mean, yeah, they sure seem able to. I've not gotten the parallax issue solved. Though Fox has informed me of what that solution is. So she's probably going to be sending me files sometime later today. So hopefully the next episode or whatever stream, um, we'll have that fixed. But transfer data here. I'm curious how much 1.8 credits plus some other shit. So, I mean, we're decent on the science return on that. That'll do. That'll definitely do. And that is without potential upgrades. So, this engine is the RD-100 on that first stage, and it has potential upgrades. This is the second Veronique configuration. So it's gonna have an upgrade at some point, but I don't... By 1956, I hope we're not using this. But who knows? Maybe. But this one has an upgrade that... I mean, we can just look. It goes from 307 to 490 kilonewtons thrust, and a rated burn time of 70 seconds to 130. So basically double the thrust, or well, 50% more thrust, double the burn time. This thing has room to grow. Doesn't need to just yet, but it definitely has room to. Look at Curve Longinus on the even that I can try and get a similar color. These are all the fakes. There it is. Honestly, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. We'll do that. How's everybody doing today? Oh, did my mic cut out? I don't think the mic cut out. I think I was just not talking. You know, I'm still here. I don't know if you can hear me, but how's everybody doing? If you can hear me. Awesome. Nice. Okay, don't tool it, just... I think this looks good, but I'm gonna have to kind of look at our... Oh, well, minus the fucking ink tips. Boom. Yeah. That's a cool look. And that black's almost chrome. So it should... nice and reflective. Awesome. Let's see. What is your color per 46? Okay. But yeah, it is my understanding that Longinus is the dude that like stabbed Jesus on the cross. I think. But it's also this name, the name of this like alien spear thing from Evangelion. Not gonna say more than that to like avoid spoilers. Because I do think that everyone here should go watch Evangelion. It's cool as shit. I liked it a lot. I'm still watching like a good bit of the ending. They made a bunch more after the original anime, but yeah, it's sick as hell. I highly recommend it. All right, so we're gonna need a launch complex. This is going to be SRC-2 Longinus. I also don't know if it's Longinus or Longinus. Um, but yeah. We'll do 23 minimum tonnage of 17 tons. Feels about right. And yeah. Cool. The other thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put 3 nodes on this so that they stage and like don't hit this, even if we were to stage the fairings at like Mach fuck. Uh where that right? Right. And let's see. So that's that one. SR1B, I think. This is the one with the little, yeah, the fairing with the turn. I don't know. Oh, because we don't have that unlocked. Okay. We're gonna need to hire more researchers. I think that that is kind of an inevitable fact. Uh, I gotta look at the budget, and I gotta do some of the boring stuff, which is like budgeting and hiring people and whatever. Uh, is essentially this shit ain't getting researched fast enough for my liking. I think we can hire 5 more uh, researchers at least. Still be plenty fine. Um, In 45 days, we can start on the X1. I can go ahead and plan for how many engineers. Find a piece of scrap paper real quick. Oh, maybe. Ah, sticky notepad. That'll do. All right. Those are on backwards. All right, headphones are on. So I believe that there is a way that if I pull up like Rin, right? Yeah. So if I pull this up, engineer cap 39. So we currently have 29 engineers. Means we're gonna need about double our engineers. So let's see. I can do some quick math and do 14,500 divided by 29. That's 500 an engineer. We hire 39 engineers. That is $19,000. $19,500 for currency units. I don't know really what the currency is, but that'll easily fit. That puts us at about 40,000 of raw profit that we can turn directly into researchers, keep things moving. So I would say I am comfortable hiring 5 additional researchers at this point. And we're not losing money yet. We're getting close. We're not losing money yet. And this is all so that we can start doing mainly more sounding rocket experiments. But we might put a film camera on whatever our X2 is, which is kind of the next thing I need to figure out. So we're eventually going to get this X-plane contract, which is subsonic at 22 kilometers. We're definitely gonna need better jet engines for that, because our current engines just can't get that high. I want to say that this will do, because it is the engine for the U2, and the U2 definitely went that high. So I think we're 4 science away from that, in theory. But we're also going to probably need a better rocket plane to do the proper hypersonic contracts and the crewed like suborbital spaceplane contracts. So that's at least 2 more X-planes coming out of here. Not quite sure. We don't have anybody. Oh, we do. Shit. Okay. I didn't know we could hire this yet. The administrator. Okay. Let's look at pros and cons then. More confidence, faster launch complex efficiency, but less science. We're not going to do that. I don't know what untested research speed. If anybody knows that, sound off in the chat. Funds for salary, better reputation, less science. I'm really in a maximizing science mode right now. Hello, something happened. Canada Kerbal. I like that username. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. I'm between Milton Frozen and Satish Dewan? I'm probably butchering that. Because essentially we want just more science. I'm thinking Milton Rosen, because that basically doesn't do anything negative. It just cuts your deadline and crunches the funding accordingly by 20%, which would put our deadline for X-Planes at like 1958, which is hustling like hell to get there. This would be 54. I don't know. That does seem sus, actually. I don't know what untested research speed means. I don't know. Does anyone have opinions or ideas or anything? Also, when did we get fucking lunar? You can go for Korolev for the star if you are going X-Planes. It's just, he doesn't give much science, and I want to be, essentially, I want to be progressing as fast as possible. And like, I definitely have things that I'm not doing. I'm not going to do solid rocket motors. I'm mainly sticking to the center line of orbital rockets until at least this node, because I'd like the E1. And we're going to try and do a spaceplane first approach. But, I don't know. Really, I just want to be researching technologies. I might just wait. Like, that doesn't feel right. Might be. Alright. So, the active contract that we have right now is the... that'll be on this vehicle. How long is that launch? 98. Okay. So that'll be about we need. Okay, I can do that. Great. I'm gonna drop a save just in case I want to come back here. All right. So, unlock. How long is it gonna take to? Hmm. See, because since we're building 2 of these, it might actually be worth tooling. I don't know how much unlock credit we have though. I don't know how to even see that. Career log? No. No. Are you saying use the V2 engine on the X1? We're not doing that. This is 2 J35s. Eventually we're going to replace these with the X1 engines. And make it a rocket plane. But essentially, I don't know. Fuck it. I'm gonna tool it. Let's see. 53 days. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna tool some parts. Here. Cool. Purchase. 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 These front 2 parts might change, though. This is not going to. So I will go ahead and purchase the tooling on that. If I could tool the wings, I would. But it doesn't give me an option to. So, because essentially this all might change under here. I know that y'all can't see my mouse, but these big nacelles under the wings might change when we get the rocket engines. But yeah, which we can go ahead and start just kind of working on the Lin. Shape locked. Go. We'll leave him there for right now. I'm gonna try and remove every drop of kerosene in this thing. Oh, god damn it. But since it's... Ah. Since it's high pressure, it has different tooling. Why, of course. Alright. That's fine. Okay. Want this more working for the dry center of mass than we do for the wet. That just does not matter. How long's that? 102 days. So a little... I could do that. No, I do see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's smart. We're gonna do that. Um... Okay. Here's our boy. That is not the right logo. There we go. Alright, I do want to see what this thing's made. Yeah, I don't know. This X1, I have bigger plans for. Uh, we're gonna have it be the first supersonic jet, the first supersonic rocket plane, and potentially pretty much everything rocket plane wise up until we need to go hypersonic. So we're gonna do all the optional contracts with this thing. I don't have any fucking crew members in here. God damn it. So I am getting my money's worth on this, but it's gonna be a little bit of a doozy towards the end, I think, because we're probably gonna be pushing this thing to do things that it is not gonna be particularly happy doing. But that's X-Planes for you. God, I'm so jittery. My hands are so shaky. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, no, our first X1's actually going to be a jet-powered uh, aircraft, which is something I've never done before for, like, my first X-plane. Alright. Cool, control surfaces seem to be working. I mean, we'll definitely hit Mach 2. I have zero doubts about that. Yeah, somewhere between 2 and 2.25. Or 2.5 and 2.25. But we actually hit Mach 2.5 there. So it's clearly capable of it. Okay. We can start the rocket plane development contracts with that then. I didn't see what that was in terms of meters per second. I can just clip it. Why is it like auto captioning? Fuck. When does it do that? It's kind of blurry, but I think it was like 600 something. That might even have been 700. Not 100% sure. But yeah. That'll do for right now. And, I mean, I can do this. I can start building this. Well, I'll do that once, once Lynn is built. Or Ren is built, rather. Okay. How long until 37 days? Okay. Sick. Okay. What is this actually unlocking? Eh? I don't know which I want first. I think this still. But honestly, it's not much of a rush either way. 127 days. Okay. I don't know why the staff button is yellow. It's perhaps a little worrying. But or do we have like unassigned? No. Okay. Oh, SR1A time. Hello, are there any bugs of when using Soul? And if so, what are they? Thanks. Um, no major bugs. It does just work out of the box. Um, Also, welcome to the channel. Um, it. I have not encountered anything so far. It does have performance issues. On older-ish hardware. Like I'm definitely having some performance issues. I'm also having some issues because I'm on Linux, which is why it looks a little glitchy. Um, but assuming you're on Windows and assuming that you have newer than like a 20 series, it should be fine. I'm just on Linux rocking a 2070 from when I was in high school. So, um, my hardware is maybe not up to the task, but I really have not encountered anything major. And they have a CCAN install now that will just do everything for you, which is wonderful because the setup used to be horrible. All right, let's fly. So this is the sounding payload demonstrator. We're just trying to get to 80 kilometers altitude, I think. I want to say that we can get to like 100 with this, barely, but we'll see. So have the sounding 80 kilometers. Also, thank you for the follow. All right, surface up. Please don't do that. All right, and throttle up, ignition, liftoff. That's not the right flag. Oh well. Damn it. Well, oop, do not revert. Go to the Space Center. For me, I'm on Linux, Bazite 9060 XT, Ryzen 7. My bottleneck for KSP is 16. Classic Veronique experience. Yeah! Yeah. I have 48 gigabytes of RAM, and I think that's why I have not encountered any major issues. Um, I did, due to my own hubris, uninstall the graphics user interface while trying to install Soul. That was great, but basically just overrode part of the hard drive that had my GUI on it, so I went to text terminal mode. But it's alright. You know, I'm very glad that I have a good amount of RAM. It's DDR4, so it's like outdated, but who gives a shit? That's my counter argument. I'm sticking to it. All right. We have a second SR1A. That would be a real plume, or not a real plume. Fucking my boomer is showing. That would be a waterfall configuration problem, but I don't know if that could just be as simple as reinstalling waterfall or what. Also, we definitely tested this, and it definitely worked in testing. Not 100% sure what caused that. There we go. I just gotta be violent with it, I guess. My lucky ass got 64 gigs of DDR4, my current PC, back in 2024 for only $250. Only. But no, I do know what you mean. And yeah, no, I'm building two different people computers right now, and you know, it's like the good news is neither of them need a lot of RAM. The bad news is even if you don't need a lot of RAM, you're paying like three, four, sometimes for like high end stuff, like five times as much as you would be paying 2, 3 years ago. Uh, and it sucks. Like you're fortunate in that you don't need that much of it, but even if you don't, get fucked. Like you want a 16 gig kit? That'll be $250. Like it, RAM prices are just so fucking crazy right now. Um, yeah, and it sucks, and it's AI. Every fucking problem we have in the world right now is just it's AI. The future is now. Hope you're prepared. Job market sucks. Computers cost $1 billion. None of the code for anything works anymore. But I mean, hey, it's fine. We got ChatGPT now, I guess. Sorry to get on my soapbox about AI, but I don't know. Good news is we are getting telemetry analysis, pressure scans, all that stuff. And that is the contract. Yeah, I don't know. I just Computers are so fucking expensive right now. And like honestly, I'm not planning on updating to DDR5 until I absolutely have to. Like I have DDR4 and it's going to be a little bit of a bottleneck and it's going to be whatever, but like I would much rather get a more modern graphics card and have it be bottlenecked by my CPU than have to deal with all that. Yeah, I would need a new motherboard, I would need a new CPU, I would need like yeah, no. And like at the end of the day, I don't want any of that shit. Anyway, we have a missile landing. Hey, I salvaged the nose cone. Alright. What do you mean maybe a full control on a Veronique? Sorry, I'm not understanding your message. 2.7, okay. Well, I would have loved more. Loved this, but take it. Uh, I'm sorry, have we not been building a fucking plane this whole time? Would have sworn I told you to do that. Hold on. Oh my god, did I not? Uh, done. Uh, should I reload so that we have a plane? 'Cause I meant to start that build like 100 whatever ago. Reload. Okay. On it. Yeah, cause that was fucking August. We were supposed to start building that. All right, ads are starting soon. I'm gonna go run and grab some water and run to the restroom. I'll see y'all in a sec. Ah. All right, cool.
build, actually build.
Okay, now there's two. Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. That looks good to me. We're back. I had to steal Caroline's microphone cable because we have the same microphone. It's the cable. Hooray! I was really scared for a second there that it was gonna be the, like, $150 microphone, because I don't want to have to fucking replace that. But it is indeed just the cable. So we're good. We're back. Beautiful. Sorry about that. Wasted like 15 minutes there. Alright, let's rock and roll. I also am gonna do this. Because 39's the max amount of engineers that can work on that. I don't think we need the full team working on our little sounding rockets. We should be okay. Alright. Did that break things? No. I don't think so. I had to move my microphone a little bit. If that's broken, let me know. Alright, beautiful. It's fine. Awesome. I am going to try and not touch this thing for the rest of stream. I have a scissor arm, and that's great, but it has to bend the cable in a very strange way. And it just so happens that this is like the shittiest version of USB ever built. It's using USB Mini B, and that shit breaks if you breathe on it. So having to like adjust my microphone a little bit here and there just breaks the cable. Which kind of defeats the whole fucking point of a scissor arm. But what the fuck ever. Also, I staged properly this time. Hooray. That first flight was totally pilot error. That's on me. But no, I think Fan of the Kerbal was suggesting like a completely unpiloted upper stage or whatever. I can't really do that because it needs to be stable in such deep atmosphere for like a minute. And we're already running into too many forces on the actual vehicle during staging. Like, we're staging subsonically at like 8 kilometers altitude. It's just not the greatest place for a spin stabilized stage. Now, if we were launching a stage all the way up here, totally. But it's just a bit rough. It might be possible, but I can afford to do controlled, so like it's fine. It's maybe not ideal, but it's fine. I am gonna try and see if it's possible to like stall this thing and actually recover some of it, because that would be kind of insane. But I mean, like, shit, fuck it. Why not? No. I mean, the fin, maybe. But. Alright. Space Center. But yeah, sorry about that wasted time. For right now, we're just gonna keep using this cable. And then once, I can order a new one, I will probably just give the new one to Caroline. So, yeah. Also, to anybody that's new, Caroline is my partner. Do do do. Oh, I can just do that again. I mean, shit. Why not? Like, I can't do anything else. I don't have the experiments unlocked. Okay. We need to hire pilots. Um. Bettina Skulls. Sure. Welcome. Okay. Now, I don't know if I have training turned on or not. Let's see. That would be under RP-1 settings, crew require proficiency training. I have never played with that on. I guess I'm going to. How do I train an astronaut? Cuz I've never done that. Training, proficiencies, X1. Oh god. So do I need proficiency training and mission training? How does this work? Does someone want to explain that? Also, budget. How much are we paying the astronauts? Oh, that's so much. Oh, that's so much. Okay. Because I was like, oh, we should just hire a second astronaut. We're not doing that yet. Basic rocketry. How far are we from that? Good bit. What is the other science? Okay. Crew survivability. That's gonna be that first life support node, yeah? We're gonna we're gonna do that well before 25 kilometers. And then mat science. We should get some here then, I guess. Okay. So I assume that this is like proficiency. I need to do this once. And then mission, I need to do this once per. Like once per flight. Is that correct? Does anyone want to tell me? Like, I assume I need both. Ah, fuck. I didn't hit start, god damn it. Okay. Alright. Let's launch. Yes, give her a parachute. We're not gonna need it, but if we need it, then we have it. We're about to break the sound barrier. Okay. Mach 1 for 30 seconds. We're not going to be able to get that speed record, but we might be able to do that altitude. So, secondary goal for today's flight is to hit altitude. I'm locking in. I'm not going to address chat for a second. Oh, fuck. I forgot I need to change something. Hold on. I had to put control back up on the wing. and then lower it in flight. Okay. Oop. Let's just back on up. I don't know why we are slanted. Oh, we're still slanted. Alright. Pitch 85, we'll lower that to 15 in flight. If we have sticking issues taking off, it might be because of whatever's causing this, this roll. Yeah, we're having some kind of issue with the wheels. Let's try that one more time. God, and we're still rolled over a little bit. That's fine. I'm going to attempt the flight. I don't know which of the gears is broken, but I think it's all of them. We'll quick save before landing. If we have to ditch the plane, I suppose that's fine. I don't know what that, like, square effect is. I don't know if y'all are seeing that weird, like, screen tearing. Yeah, it's not looking like it's coming through nearly as much on stream as it is for me. So that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter a bit. I'm gonna also begin pitching this thing around to the north so that we don't cross over all of Florida and end up in the Gulf. Alright, there is due west. More or less. And I'd say about heading 315 should be fine. That'll be sufficiently northern to not run out of Florida. We're gonna try and level off right around 8,000 or 9,000 meters and accelerate a bit more, and then go for our Mach 1 run, climbing through about 10 kilometers. Now, what is this cockpit rated for? I don't know if there's anywhere to really see that. Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna move this down here because I keep looking for it down there. I'll put that up there. It is really hard to tell if we are even over land. We are. Though for how much longer, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna step this thing a little bit. Put it into a bit of a dive and get a bit more speed. Alright, vertical velocity is minus 1.1. We're getting there. We've got about half fuel. Mach 0.98. We are climbing, well, about to be. Alright, we're climbing. We appear to still be gaining speed. We hit a bottom velocity, or a bottom altitude of about 8490, which is a little lower than I would have liked, but that's fine. What do you mean invalid? Come on, man. I should have equipped supersonic flight, but I think that starts at Mach 2, which means that this thing would not even be able to do it. So, alright, there is Mach 0.99. You can totally hit Mach 1 at this altitude. If we push. We're gonna be low on fuel when we do it, though. But after we do Mach 1, I'm gonna try and keep the engines rolling full throttle and get us to an altitude of 15 kilometers. That is really gonna be pushing it. But the vehicle should be up for the challenge. I've never tested that, though, so we will see. Mach 1. God damn it, it keeps fluctuating. There we go. We're a little too low to be doing this, but here goes. Do want to see. No, not on jet engines. That's alright. We got 15 minutes, so I might try again and just try and get to a higher altitude before initiating that climb. I think we can just barely get this thing up to 15 kilometers. It's going to be in a uncontrollable state. But I think we can do it. I mean, are we over land? We're over Earth's warm subtropics. Yeah, I can't see through the cloud layer to see exactly where in the US we are, but I think we're in the Panhandle. Let's swing us north. We should be able to do that. Alright, here goes. We're gonna level off. We're gonna climb. Just a little bit. want to get up to an altitude of about 10 kilometers before pulling up and doing that again. I don't know. It's risky. It's not overly safe. But okay. Nope, 11.5 or so, maybe 12 is about our limit. That is a-okay. Now we're gonna land this thing like a real X-plane, no engines. Alright. Terrain's looking okay. Go ahead and get the gear down. Do not climb. Okay. Oh, fuck. Alright. Is that just because of the gear? Why is it rolling over like that? 6, 7, 8, 9. No, hold F9. Okay. We might have to scrap this plane. Like, we might just have to, like, ditch, you know, eject. I don't know. What the fuck is happening? Hello? Kerbal? Hello? Kerbal is not responding. You don't fucking say! Okay, there we go. Drop the gear. Enable autopilot. Pull the fuck up. Okay. Okay. Here's something else we're gonna do. Okay, that's already off. Beautiful. Okay. We just had to basically stall this thing on the way down, but we made it. I think it was rolling over because of those suspension problems we were having. Those seem to not be a thing anymore? I don't know. I ain't that pressed about it. Let's recover this thing, and we're gonna beef up the landing gear. I agree that was dumb. Huh. Alright. Beautiful. Okay. Right, we can start on the second Kegamine X1. Okay. Okay, we need to modify the hangar. And then we're gonna have to build this a little bit better. This really shouldn't change the dynamics of it too much. That should just work. Um, how much more fuel does that give us? A whole minute. Yeah, we'll take that. Oh, actually we won't, because it needs to be under, I think, like 7.5 tons? Which means that it might be... That is, like, theoretically the best that we can do. Which is 2.5 minutes, which is not bad. So... there's that. Alright. I do want to see, though, what a hypothetical X1B is gonna look like. So this is going to use that engine. We're going to have to get rid of that truss. Okay. So like that. And then this goes back to being like that. Like that. 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 We might even put some fuel in here. And some fuel in here. Now, these things can do 5 minutes of burn time, so to extend the burn time, I'm thinking. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. We're gonna do this. Oop. Oop. BAB. We're gonna have little fuel pods. Kind of like they did on the X-15. Albeit a good bit wimpier. Okay. That's about straight. And they don't need to be pressurized? What the fuck am I saying? They don't need to be pressurized. We can just do that. And we can do this. Enable crossfeed. And that gets us to 5 minutes of burn time. Now, our thrust to weight ratio is bad. So I don't know how effective this is going to be. But I am curious, so let's, I don't know, give it a go. We also only have 2.8 kilometers per second, which is like not gonna get us super far. But again, fuck around and find out. That is 10.5 tons. I want to say the next air launch level gets us 11.5. So this will fit on the next one. And I'd reckon if this can't do like the Mach 3 contracts, nothing really can. So yeah, this is going to do pretty much everything the X1, X2, D558-1, and D558-2 did in real life. All in one kind of airframe. We're obviously going to repaint these. The Barbie pink looks a little out of place here, but Alright. Don't bother moderating this, but do moderate everything else. Because, yeah, I really don't care if we're flying in a super unaerodynamic climb. I just want out of the deeper atmosphere. I want this thing up. Alright. 10 seconds till staging. Staging those off. Probably should have climbed harder faster. Or harder sooner. That's okay. It ain't gonna hurt us that bad. There's Mach 1. Gonna level off around somewhere between 20 and 25 kilometers in altitude. I might just see what we can do at 25 kilometers, because I know if we can do that, we unlock some new shit. So let's aim for 25. Well, there's Mach 3. We still have quite a bit. I think we can hit Mach 4. I really do. Yeah, there's Mach 4. We theoretically have enough Delta V to get up to Mach 5. Like, drag's gonna stop us, but... You ever seen an X1 go Mach 4.5? Like... That's what the power of area ruling and designing it around 2 engines opposed to 1 will get you. Now, we are going to need to air launch from quite a smaller distance. But yeah, I do want to see how the plane handles the thermal thicket of it all. Because we're not hypersonic yet, but we're definitely into that sort of trans-hypersonic regime. Yeah, pretty much. Well, we kind of sort of knew about the area rule, kind of. We had enough knowledge to make the X2 a little better than what it was. The X1 was just going to be what it was, though. Quite frankly. But this is pretty much the X2 that I'm planning for my alternate history. Albeit not quite this fast and not this shape, but this power plant, and it can do 3.5, almost 4 Mach. Like, it gets very unhappy about it, as you would imagine, but it could do it. All right. And we can bail out, and we're fine. Why are you purple? Hello? Fascinating. Alright, well, that works. I mean, the X-15 did it, and it was fine. I don't know. Trapezoidal wings are not as bad as everybody bitches about them. Like, they're... People bitch about them, and they're not the ideal answer, but, We literally hadn't invented delta wings. like that didn't happen until like 1950. Um, which, admittedly, was in time to save the X2, but it was not in time to save the X1. And it didn't really need to be. Like, the X1 got by. It did what it needed to do. In my opinion, they really should have just given the X2 way more of a wing sweep. Because this is like a 45-degree wing sweep, and it works. And it's not a delta wing. It's nothing super, super fancy. It's just a really swept, slightly downward turned wing. And that works. And like we had the knowledge to do this. It was just a little too experimental. You know, you're changing too many variables at the same time. But what are you gonna do? Scheiße. A, tiny straight wings, or B, very, very swept wings. Yeah, basically. And I'm on team very swept wings. Personally. Because those at least fly decent at subsonic speed. Not amazing. But acceptably. But, yeah. Ooh. Can we... Hmm. The X1 might be able to do this. The X1A is going to be required for these. Obviously for this one. The X1 plane might be able to do that. We will probably need better jet engines, though. Which requires this shit. So, I don't know. The X1 original might be a dead end. It might only fly once. But yeah. Ah, fuck, and I missed the ad break. I was gonna go take a piss. I didn't see that going off. Oops. Alright. How's our budget looking? Okay. We have... Yes, we have another one of these contracts active. After that... we should be able to start building a Longinus. Is that modifications to the hangar? I think it is. Alright. So, we're gonna go ahead and start construction on the first Longinus rocket. And go from there. But... Okay. Kerbal Boy, I don't know if you know this, but do you know how to see unlock credit? Oh god, what? Did I just fuck us? I just spent so much money. Nope, I play Sandbox. Okay. Because I don't know if that's saying year as in, like, the next 365 days, or if that is saying year as in the rest of the month. Ugh. I don't know if that fucked up my microphone. Doesn't look like it. If it's the latter, we're fine. We're gonna just hire Sergei Kareliev for right now. Because, yeah, that, like, doubles our budget. And we're gonna launch another SR1. Hopefully this works and is fine. We shall see. Okay. Alright. A minus 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Separation. Cleans up. Jesus, that's always stressful. Fuck me. Alright, rocket is stable. Max Q. We're through max Q. Apoapsis is steadily climbing. Our goal is 80. There's 100. We're already going to the Kármán line. And final Apoapsis is about 123, 122. Alright. And we can get more data. We're not going to get a ton of data from this flight, just because there's not a lot left to get. But our next flight of the Longinus is going to get us a decent amount of data, and that's going to be in about 3 or 4 months. So we're going to fly the X1 at least once between now and then. But I don't know past that what we're going to be up to. Yeah. We are wrapping up our first year as a space agency, and we have broken the sound barrier and gone to space 3 times. I think, all things considered, that's a pretty successful run. And I'm going to go ahead and range safety just so that we don't have any extra trash to get rid of. We got some debris up there, but yeah. I definitely played Sandbox for a good bit of the start of my sort of career playing Kerbal. Because when I first started RO, I didn't bother with RP-1, because it was way too much to learn all at once. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. We have basically a super Veronique. Generating up to 400 kilonewtons. Jesus. I'm rated for 116 seconds. That's not bad. I don't know. We are not going to rush into orbit. That's not necessarily our goal. Our goal is to get a crewed spaceplane into orbit as soon as possible, but that's about it. Hmm. $195 Okay. I think if we upgrade the SR-1, that we can launch a biological satellite, or biological sounding payload. That's what I meant. Um, and get by. So let's see. If we switch to these, yeah, we need to tool it if we go up much. But funnily enough, we can go up to 650 and still not need to tool anything. So we might just do that. Yeah, we're overburning by a few seconds, but I think that's fine. There we go. Alright. And our new launch weight is what? 3.35? Roughly? Okay. If we just cut a couple pounds off, we can squint and make that work. Um, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. $6.35. We want a scientific payload here and a parachute. Pretty much the smallest parachute we can get, actually. Beautiful. Do that. Flip that up most of the way. Do that. Do that. Okay. And do that. And that is the 1B. B for biological. Yep. All right. It was good having you. and I will see you next time I stream, which will probably also be on a Monday. Um, but I don't know. Adios. But yeah, that should be able to get to space. I don't know how much modification this is going to require of the launch pad, though. Very little. Um, 2 days worth of modification, that's fine. Um, okay. Hmm. I'm having to think here, because basically, if we can pop these off about as fast as we can do anything else right now. Oh, have we not started building plane number 2? I don't think we have. No, we have not. Okay. Oh, let's start that real quick. If we have the money for it. And yeah, we will do... Our next X-Plane flight is going to be with Len. We'll save Ren, and we'll do something with her. But for right now, Len is our... Len is our primary concern. Okay. Alright, that's also going to take 2 days. Okay. But yeah, Len's going to start doing these sort of basic rocket plane flights, and then what I think we'll probably do is we'll probably modify vehicle number 1, which is Ren, into the X-1B rocket plane. Since she's already going to have unpressurized tanks, I don't know why I headed back into the hangar. I need to time warp 2 days. But yeah, since she already has unpressurized tanks, it should be a relatively minimal modification process. It should be quite simple to get her to fill that role. So we'll probably do that, I think. All right. Okay. Alright, we'll be getting more money now. Fired a couple people. That'll be okay. Alright. I'm gonna run ads, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quickly, and then we're gonna take a look at this rocket plane. Great, I'm back. Are y'all back? Yes. Awesome. Alright, so. A question does arise, which is this going to be cheaper than just modifying the current vehicle? I'm going to wait to build it until I know that answer. I also don't have the money to build it right now. So we don't really have much of a choice. Howdy, Bishimoto. Alright. 12 days, that should... Oh, that was 12 hours. Never mind. Um... I'm currently seeing whether it would be cheaper to retrofit our X1 into the rocket plane variant that I'm planning on having, or if it's just going to be easier to build another X1, which was the original plan. At this point, I don't know. So, to find out, I'm gonna do this. Which is... basically that. I think it's gonna be about the same price, but a little cheaper in terms of, probably labor cost. Because it's gonna take like 60 days as opposed to like 100 and whatever. So... I guess? Yes, we are still in 1951. The date is like December the 20th, I want to say. It's like we're pretty much done. Insufficient funds to unlock parts. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, I might have fucked up. Because I basically have not, I've hired too many engineers, too many researchers, and I don't think we have the money to pay them. Because I was looking at the wrong number when I was hiring them, and I was like, oh, that's not going down almost at all. That's fine. And then suddenly we have no money. So... I'm kind of trying to figure out what I can even do right now. Hmm. Oh, and that has to be jet aircraft. Okay. Uh. Well, let me build one of these biological rockets, because that'll probably be the next thing that we can get done at the pace we're going. But I don't know if we have the money for it. But SR-1B. Um, right. We don't have that unlocked. Okay. I don't know. Stupid idea. But there's no way that we can, like, do this shit, is there? There's not. This will not. No. That shit is never gonna fly. Okay. Until we have this unlocked, we need to just reassign crew from the launch from this launch complex to the Longinus launch complex. We can actually go ahead and unassign, I'd say probably 20 workers there. And that should get us earning money a good bit faster. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well... now we just gotta wait. We got 190 days. That'll be done about mid-year. When is this gonna be done? Also about mid-year. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess we're gonna start modifying. We broke 37 degrees Celsius here. Jesus Christ. You're like up north, aren't you? I mean, we were at 37 yesterday. We're gonna be at 38 on Saturday, according to this. But, Colorado Front Range. Yeah, you're not supposed to be getting that hot. Jesus. Alright, so to build a whole ass new plane, 115 days. That's not really what I want to do. So, I think we're just gonna have to modify the first plane. Which is not super desirable. Hmm. I don't know. Let me see, because it was 1505 for that. Essentially, welcome to the coldest summer of the rest of your life. Yeah, no, I know. Um, hmm. I don't know. Because it's only one credit more. And essentially, if we're forward thinking, this is kind of its own thing. It has pressurized tanks. It has this thing. If we want to go back and do any jet flights, we're gonna have to remodify it. If we're gonna go back and do non-pressure fed rocket engines, we're gonna have to modify it. So I think we kind of just need to build a second plane. One that is unpressurized, and it's going to be jet and then eventually rocket, and one that is pressurized. Oh, but we have that problem, don't we? 4614. Alright, so we need about 6,000 credits. That is certainly not great, is it? Right, why do we have input locks? And can that be fixed? Yes, thank you. Please let me leave. But no, I was thinking about that, actually, about it being the coldest summer for the rest of my life, and the idea makes me miserable. It really does. I don't know. The thing that makes me even more miserable is that they recently just stated that the city that I kind of consider my adopted hometown is gonna be gone in a few decades. And that they're not really gonna try and save it. I mean, there really is no way to save it, but um, New Orleans is gonna be gone soon. Um, I don't know. It's really tragic. Sea level's rising too much. Like, essentially, if we hit a certain point, the levees are not going to be maintainable because the sea level is going to be too high. And, like, New Orleans is already, like, 4 or 5 feet below sea level, but with projected sea level rise by, like, 2050, 2100, like, it's going to be 10, 15 feet underwater. And it's just not providing the financial benefits that make that worth it, essentially. Which sucks. Because, like, yeah, there's, probably over 1 million people that live there that are going to have to be relocated, and it's such a historic city. It's such a beautiful city. And it's just gonna be underwater. And, like, by the time I'm dead, New Orleans is not gonna be around anymore. Can't really get more specific than that. I don't know when it's gonna be. But yeah, New Orleans is fucked. And it really, really sucks. Because I love that city. I really do. But alright. Ooh, that actually might be worth looking at. Let me look at this. So 75 to 130. If we can get it to... If we can get it to 140 or more, we can potentially do this. So, okay. Okay. Thank you, I want 75 units of sounding payload, please. And I am completely fine if you fill the rest up with Veronique. Tight. I'd be surprised if that can't make RO space. Like 140 kilometers. And it's also dirt cheap. And we can also probably build it pretty quick. I wasn't looking, but I don't know. It might be worth divesting funds and people to building this thing. The other thing I want to see is whether or not we can achieve 400 meters per second in a dive in Ren. It's really pushing it what she's capable of, but I think Ren should be able to just about do it. But we'll see. Alright, kind of a low TWR. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. We will see. Alright. 15 seconds. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Igniting. Staging. We did ditch it a little early, that's fine. I really want to get to that space above Earth height so that we can actually get some more science. Which this can definitely do 130. That would not really... Yeah. It can do 130. It can't do more than that. Which is really a damn shame, but... It can do 130. So let's see what we're actually getting from that contract. Let's see what we're actually... how long this will take to build. And we'll go from there. So, at max build, 75 days. Okay. And that's how many people? Like 29? Let's see, modify. Yeah, 29 people. So we'd be taking people off the hangar and a few off of the Longinus teams. But we could probably do it. Is that worth it? 130 confidence is not bad. Yeah, fuck it. Staff. Everybody out of the hangar. Everybody back into LC1. Or SRC1. You're not building or refitting a plane right now. Nothing for the people in the hangar to do anyway. I am? The problem is that I am. I'm trying to, at least. I don't know. We're working with 3 lanes right now, which is a lot for this early in the game. Having 3 build lanes, like 2 launch complexes and a hangar, kind of a lot. But I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Because, yeah, the end of the month, we're getting about 2,000. If I hire 10 engineers, that's gonna affect things a bit, but I don't know. I'm gonna try hiring 10 engineers, actually, but I'm gonna save the game first. Because I want to err on the side of caution here. Because honestly, I don't need these Longinuses built very quickly. These SR1s I would like built quickly, though, because they're just kind of meant to be more of a volume thing. Get us more data, get us more science. But I don't know. Let me see here. Save game. Staff. So if I hire 9, that's only 100 extra, or 100 less that we're getting a month. And I can put all of those in the hangar. We have a bit more money. Hire another 10. I'll even hire another 4 and put those into this launch complex. And that's that. I think that means I can go ahead and modify this and put the biological payload on that. Sorry if y'all hear me eating nuts. I can feel my blood sugar dropping a little bit. Oh, that is not going to be enough fuel. How much does this experiment weigh? Not that much. What about the chute? Also not much. Hmm. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, 3-6 seems to be the smallest we can make that. Hmm. Alright, let's see if this can even make it to space. I don't think it probably can. And I think if it can, the margins are going to be so tight that it will not be reliable enough to bet on. But we'll see. Okay. That was a very bad way to do that staging, but delayed hot staging for the win, I guess. We might make it past the Carmen line. I gotta look at what even counts. Like, what is required for this contract, because it might be more than just bring the thing past an altitude. Understood. Well, 139. Well, it would have been 139. Okay. Let me see what the contract's requirements are. Sounding rockets. Sounding rocket biome. Yeah, we have to bring 35 units of payload, too. Okay. Well, as one of you, Fan of the Kerbal suggested I do earlier, we might make the second stage unguided. Currently, it has us editing it. I don't want to touch that just yet, but we'll see. So this brings about a couple questions, because the first problem is this core is controlling the entire rocket. this is completely unguided. So we would either have to put guidance on this, or have it be unguided from the launch pad. Neither are great solutions. But let's say we do this. We can actually get by making it that small. Which is tiny in the grand scheme of things. Also raises our delta V quite a bit. So fuck it. Let's try that. Okay. So we need 35 units of sounding rocket payload. The rest of this can be fuel. And that is now suddenly where it needs to be. .26 at sea level. Almost makes me want to add like a solid rocket motor or two. Excuse me. They don't have to be decouplable. Like this would do. And, I mean, that probably has the fucking Delta V to get to the space. Let's give it a try. Like, it's certainly not going to be great. There's 13 minutes of electric charge. That should be enough. At least to, like, arm the parachutes and everything. Alright. These are not all moving or anything, right? These are just normal, bog standard supersonic wings. Yes. Okay. Here's hoping this works. Okay. I guess we don't need to dial in any control settings because it doesn't have control anyway. Yeah, we need to spin over faster. But I want to see how this thing flies. Okay. So we angle the solid rocket motors and we get this thing spinning faster. We could probably do it. I do have a couple other backup ideas if we can't get this working. Because we could have the first stage be unguided and the second be guided. That would obviously work. And we could stand to regain some control, but we wouldn't gain the full benefits of being completely unguided. And at this point, we might need those. Though, I mean, 3 kilometers per second is too much delta V. We don't need all that. So, we'll see. This reminds me of the old days of RO, where all of our sounding rockets were unguided. But with 3 kilometers per second at delta V, we might well not need to make it straight up. This is way too angled, though. It's also spinning way too fast. Okay. Get me the old avionics core. Because I want to probably just use this, but modify it to be a bit better. So how much does this weigh? At upper stage, about 1.5 tons. So we'd need about 2 tons, maybe 1.8 of avionics. Hold on. Okay, so 625. And then if we're only aiming to control, let's say, about 1 ton. Ton and a half. Does that put our delta V up? 25? Certainly closer. Oh, that was 25 with the old vehicle. Let's see about this. 3,000. Approximately 3,000. That's gonna cost us to tool. But option B would work. I have full confidence about that. But completely unguided, I mean, undoubtedly would work better. What if we did an entirely different thing? Most of our Delta V gains are on that upper stage for it not having guidance. Let's see. So pluck that off. Pluck that off. Pluck that off. You are coming down here. Don't save. Can I grab this? No. There we go. Oop. So we do that. And effectively we make the upper stage unguided. Where's that put us? It puts us at still needing to tool things. That's where it puts us. So it's not a valid solution. This is the cheapest option. That is barely stable. That barely counts. Howdy, Kyria. Long time no see. I am currently trying to figure out how to get this biological payload up here at the top, past Carmen line. The current problem that I'm facing is that my rocket is spinning either too much or too little, and my skills relating to completely unguided sounding rockets have atrophied. I go to America. Yeah. I saw Borat for the first time like a year ago. It's a tough watch. It's a very hard movie to sit through. It's very uncomfortable. Alright. Oh shit! Where in the US you headed? If you don't mind me asking. Ah, nowhere near me. Well, welcome to America. Preemptively. Hope you enjoy your stay, but you probably won't. It's also just pitching over too much. Like, are we just not spinning fast enough? Are we spinning too fast? I can't tell. Because at this point, we're like 45 degrees pitched. And, like, actively pitching over. What the fuck? I'm gonna just, like, crank those boosters. We must need to spin up faster. That's gotta be it. Let's see. Honestly, hold on. I've never been on Amtrak. The only public transportation I've been on are the New Orleans buses and the New Orleans streetcars. Because the entirety of my state has no public transportation outside of New Orleans. It's fucking crazy. But when you're in New Orleans and you're doing a bunch of drinking, public transport, really fucking nice. That was so loud, I'm so sorry. Certainly seems to be trending in the right direction. Not enough, though. But maybe. But yeah, no, I've never ridden in a train in my life. Most American thing I could ever say. That fucking worked. That'll do. That'll fucking do. It is. I'm not gonna disagree with that. Now I just gotta make sure that this thing can land or re-enter. I'm holding up. The government is still paying for me to be on estrogen, so. Or no, they're not. Somebody's paying for me to be on estrogen. I think it's the charity that my doctor's office uses. But I don't know. I'm still in HRT. I'm still publicly trans in my work life. It sucks, but it is what it is. Alright, we are re entering Parachute first. Truly the nominal way to re enter. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Like, it'll barely have electric charge when it lands. This thing's gonna have no locator beacon. So good luck ever finding it. But it does work. Okay. I'm satisfied enough with that. Oh, big fucking stretch. Huh. If that's in storage, I don't know what that's doing in storage. I need to look at that. Now for the question of the hour. Do I have a beer on stream? And the follow-up question, which beer? Because I have Andigator and Strawgator, which is not something anyone on this stream is gonna know what it is. But one is a, like, they call it a German style beer. It's like a thicker, hoppier beer, and one is that plus strawberry flavor, which sounds disgusting, but it's quite nice. I'm not convinced that this is the right sounding rocket, but I'm gonna look into it and I'm gonna find out. No, this is the right one. Okay. We'll roll this out. I'm gonna cancel the other SR1A2 whatever that we got. Because I don't trust it. And instead, all future sounding rockets are going to be based off that one that we just flew. Oh, but it's 80% of the way finished. God damn it. I wonder, can we just edit it to be the biological one? Like, it's not gonna be great at its job, but like that's a pretty significant modification. But if we just like clasp our hands and ask really nicely and pretty please. Don't mind me while I sneak a new rocket onto the assembly line. That's crazy. Like, I understand why we can make those modifications and it doesn't bat an eye, but like, that feels like way too extreme of a modification to be making. Yeah, fuck it, integrate it. Since nobody answered, I'm having the strawberry beer. You know, Curium, what have you been up to? How are things over in Europe? Okay. Altitude sounding rocket. Okay. The other thing that we really kind of need to figure out is if this can do what I want it to do. Because what I'm about to ask it to do is unhinged, unsafe, probably inappropriate. But I need it to achieve 400 meters per second in that dive. It can barely do 3 whatever in a good day, flying level. But we're gonna fucking try to get this thing working. Are these wheels still broken? It's not saying. I'm gonna assume yes, but let me see here. So essentially I want to just air launch this thing. Been learning Russian for the past 6 months. Ooh. Fun and fancy. Russian was a language that I was somewhat interested in learning. But ever since I figured out that I'm trans, it's like, what's the fucking point? I'm never gonna be able to go to Russia. And that's fine. There's not much for me, other than aerospace museums, which would be cool, but we have those here, and you have plenty in Europe. Hell, you have plenty in Europe that have Russian spacecraft. Okay. So, probably not even 100 kilometers, like 50 kilometers. What is happening? Oh, autopilot was not enabled. That's what's happening. So we are not allowed to have a velocity greater than 10 meters per second in either direction, positive or negative. We have to achieve 400 meters per second. I feel like maybe it's doable, but it's gonna really be pushing it. Pull this thing into a little bit more of a climb. But yeah, what's your motivation for learning Russian? Out of curiosity. Like, are you planning on visiting, or just learning it to learn it, or learning it to read specific material? I don't know what that screen tearing is. It started in the past, like, hour or two. Oh, my graphics card's okay. It was the language my uni offered. Also, hell nah. Fair enough. Oh, we have to do this for 3 minutes. I thought that was 30 seconds. Well, you're coming here. Like, I don't know if what ICE is doing is technically a genocide, but it's genocide adjacent. It's genocide flirtatious. We're certainly buddy-buddy with the genocide country. Alright. I really don't think that this is going to be plausible. Or possible, not plausible. I mean, it's not even going to be plausible. It's just not going to work. But let's see here. So let's see, even at max descent, 10 meters per second times 60 seconds per minute is 6 kilometers. We can't do that. Or no, it'd be 600 meters, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, we could do that then. That's well doable. Okay. Gonna try and not let this thing get below 9,500 meters. Damn, dude, we're really just not accelerating much. Like, I'm gonna have to dive it this hard to get it to start climbing up to 10 kilometers. Because I need more speed. I need more speed and I can't get it by just sitting here. I don't know. Let's just begin like a 10 meter per second dive. How fast does that put our plane? Honestly, can these engines even survive 400? Let's start there. No. Okay. Then we're not going to worry about it. Plane can't do the contract, so we don't have to worry about doing the contract. Now it might be able to do the contract with whatever jet engines are in the next node. Maybe? But we'll have to see about that. I don't know what jet engines we get after this. Not off the top of my head, at least. Like, we're gonna have to see. Yeah, we should be able to launch this sounding rocket, complete that contract, do the biological sounding rocket contract, and then... I mean, this is only like a... Well, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we can do film and then biological. Like, easily. Or no, biological then film. Because I forgot we modified this one, and somehow it's still like 80% complete. Even though it shares, like... I don't know, it shares a lot tankage-wise. It shares very, very little from design point of view. Because it's completely unguided now, whereas it had full guidance previously. How that makes sense? I don't know. But... it is what it is. Oof. Alright. So, point straight up. Throttle the engines up. Ignition. Start. Ooh. Well, that was something. If we can recover it from there, that was actually a reasonably convenient failure. Oh, and we can. Okay. Recover then. Like, we get our funds back. It's not great, but we get our funds back. We're gonna have to cancel that. We accept that. Okay. We're not going to be able to do that one just yet. I don't know. We are going to do a bunch of these, I don't know. We're going to do a bunch of these optional explain contracts because there's no reason not to. It's just going to get us more confidence, and that's going to get us more funding, and with more funding, we can do more things, and y'all know how RP-1 works. But this should just about work. So this is really the SR2A3A or A3B. It's misnamed because it was a previous, or SR1A3, I think is the name that this should have. Whatever. It's named improperly because I chopped up an old rocket and made it into this thing. But that staging looks right. We're gonna go ahead, aim camera. I want to make sure all of our experiments are running. Okay. Reset camera. Alright, ignition. Lift off. For some reason it thinks we're upside down. It doesn't have any control anyway, so that should not really make any bit of a difference. We appear to be pitched down more than we were last time. So maybe that does make a difference. Let me try that again. I don't know what that was about. Unless Kerbal Wind just puts that much of a deviation on it. I don't know. Let me just turn off Kerbal Wind for this flight, I guess. Which, I don't know. That's like somewhat realistic. We could just wait until there's not wind. Okay. Aim camera. Control from here. Oh, and there's an ad playing. God damn it. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, come on. Why did you fail? Why is this just not working all of a sudden? Hmm. I think I might not have time warped last time, and maybe that's what the problem is. So I'm gonna try just not touching time warp at all and see if that works. So far, it's doing better, but knock on wood. 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, I think that's gonna work. It's definitely Carbon line worthy. Hello, Comrade Cassie. How goes it? $90. There's 100. Alright, we are over the Carmen line. Now we're over the RO Carmen line. And 250 kilometers is going to be our final apoapse roundabout. I'm going to wait to decouple until we are properly out of the thicker parts of the atmosphere. Okay. And our biological payload is off. We're going to set an altitude record. We've set multiple speed records. And this parachute is armed. Okay. This is the first time that we've gone to actual space as far as RO is concerned. We've crossed the Carbon line 3 or 4 times, but this is the first time that we are going to space, which means that we get fresh data. I'm kind of scared that we're gonna hit this thing. We'll have to see. Is this a dedicated rocket development start? Like, no planes? Um, no, we're doing X-planes and suborbital science rockets, or whatever that program is called. Not the downrange sounding rocket program, but we're doing everything other than that. Our X-planes program is just a little dead right now because we're very strapped for cash. But we broke the sound barrier earlier this year, I want to say. Might have been last. Like 1951, 1952. Really hope this does not break apart. As we do need to recover this for the mission. Tons of other shit's breaking apart. Okay. I think we're safe. We should be, at least. Our little... I don't know what animal could even fit in here. This is like less than half a meter. It's like a third of a meter. I don't know, we got like one frog, one large frog just slinging around in there. I heard it's like fruit flies or lizards. That would make way more sense. But fruit flies, I think, could survive this and be relatively unharmed. Like 14 Gs for a fruit fly is probably not that big of a deal. Because their circulatory system is tiny, so it doesn't have to cover any distance, and they weigh nothing. So G-forces don't affect them that much. I don't know. The heavier, the larger you get, the more G-forces tend to start actually affecting you. That's my understanding, at least. Which is why, other than just fitting in the cockpit, when you're an astronaut or a fighter pilot, it's actually beneficial to be short as shit. Because your blood has less distance to go during high G maneuvers. Whoa. I'm gonna look straight up because that's gonna make the lag a little better. But we have our drogue out. We're gonna be expecting primary parachute any second now. I think it's about 1 kilometer, maybe 1.5. And main deploy. Beautiful. We are out of electric charge, but presumably there is something in the area about to recover us. So it's fine. But yeah. How's everybody doing? If anyone else wants to join in. While we're just sitting here for God knows how long. Oh yeah, parallax is broken right now, so we don't have an ocean surface. if anyone's curious about that. Alright. I don't know why I cut time warp there. Yeah. Wonder if we get anything for the uncrewed speed records and altitude records and such. Went out to run errands only to find my pharmacy didn't get a fresh script of my thyroid medication. And also the new progesterone script is on back order, so ugh. Yeah, that sucks. I'm doing okay. I got a lot wrong in life, but I've also just generally been doing better. Hence why I'm streaming. But yeah, I've got some health stuff that I want to deal with. And that I'm mostly just being lazy about at this point and scared about. But yeah, I also want to change up my HRT. Speaking of progesterone, I'm gonna try and switch to patches because currently I'm on tablets, and I had to get off my Spyro, because I was on an antibiotic that like conflicted with it, and essentially I just feel so much better, and I think that the Spyro is not good for me. And so I would like to just be on pure estrogen. Um, and I don't do needles, so the patches are pretty much the best option there. Yeah, I hate needles. 23 science! Holy shit! Fuck me. Okay. Sure. Mm, we certainly don't need any of this yet. Oh, so you're on an anti-androgen even though you're on injections? Because most people that I know that are on injections are on like just estrogen and maybe progesterone. Fascinating. Yeah, I don't know. The main thing is that Spyro is having a lot of like kind of the obvious negative side effects. But I'm also just really tired all the time, and I've been kind of in a shit mood all the time. Um, and it's like I don't know. At a certain point, I'm just happy enough with what's going on that I don't care about my testosterone levels. But I don't know. Ultimately, I wish I could do injections. I just can't because the needles, they weird me out too much. But what is this? What is your altitude ceiling? 16. Okay. And this is 20. I'm planning on actually making a custom configuration for this that allows it to go to space. Because the thing that this is based off of, the NASA trainer jet or whatever, had a spaceplane proposal. I didn't know that it caused hair loss either. Alright. Alright. We're gonna have to see here. So, with Rin, in the B configuration, we're going to have a jet that can go Mach 2 or so. But we gotta find the engines for that. That could work. That could work. If that can hit Mach 2, that would definitely work. Well, does it fit horizontally? Because we can take these little shrouds off, that's fine. Yeah, that fits horizontally. We might need more intake, though. 262, this is what, like 1? 1.6, okay. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Let me see here. So, do we have new air intakes that we can use? We got that one that'll... Honestly, that would just... That's plenty big. This is also probably plenty big. So let's see here. I want to see reduced T production is what signals male pattern baldness. I think it's the other way around, actually. I think excess testosterone causes baldness, but I'm also not an endocrinologist. How big are you? 8'6". You're a little too big for my liking. Okay. That's 0.23, which is not going to be enough for these Sapphire turbojets. But it's not that far short of it either. Yeah, fuck it. Let's see how that works. I am worried that it's just got so little fuel. But I mean, that fixed that problem. Sure, fuck it. That looks to be a bit better. A bit better. Maybe not that far. That'll be good. That'll do. That'll do. But yeah, basically for anyone just tuning in, we are. If anyone is familiar with the D558-2, that's what we're doing with our X1. It's basically going to be a plane that does both jet engines and rocket engines in different configurations to do different missions. That's what we're doing. And sticking to the Vocaloid naming scheme, I picked Ren and Lin as the sort of mascot for this plane because they're twins. So it felt appropriate. All right. We might need to adjust the gear placement. Right. I have a pretty good feeling this thing's going to be able to do Mach 2. I certainly think it's going to be able to do the 450 meters per second. That we're soon to be asking of it, but... Yeah, because this is not even particularly acting resistant to the idea of going Mach 1. Which the original certainly did. enter this thing into a little bit of a dive, but... well, we might actually have some problems. Because, yeah, no. I mean, it can definitely go Mach 1, and it can go Mach 1 a lot easier. Oh, well, now we're accelerating pretty well. I don't know. I want to say we really just need 400 meters per second out of this thing for it to be viable for this next contract that we're doing, at least. And we're definitely going to be able to do that, if nothing else. Let's see. Gonna try and get us down to a pitch angle of like less than 0.5. And see if it handles that alright. Certainly yelling about it. It's not meant to. It's not meant to emulate anything, really. It's kind of combines elements of the D558-2 and the X2 and the X3. It is kind of just its own thing. Alright, let me get a little higher. Yeah, we might just need to bring this to a way higher altitude. Which, like, makes fucking sense. But... okay. Because, yeah, if our goal is 400 meters per second, we're maybe just able to reach that at 10 kilometers, but we're having a lot easier of a time getting up next to it, or up close to it here. We are losing a bit of altitude, but we're also speeding up quite quickly. We're gonna start climbing here in a second. Yeah, just about 400 meters per second. Like, certainly can't go Mach 2, which is what I was hoping for. but I don't know. Take what you can get, eh? We'll have another jet for higher speeds than this. And that one is gonna probably just be directly based on something, which is the Avro 730. I fucking love the look of that thing. It's so weird. What if the SR-71 was Skylon? Like, it... Why does it look like that? It's... Fuck, dude. We might not be able to do this. We'll see. Because we need to hold it for 3 minutes in less than a 10 meter per second dive. Which is pretty tight fucking margins. There's 400. So, we need to fly that until 36 minutes. That's 1 minute. Minute and a half. Two minutes. We are starting to slow down though. We've got that in the bag, though. Like, it's tight. But that was 3 minutes right there. Not ideal. I do want to see how this thing climbs, though. And what the steepest possible climb that we can get it into is. Yeah, 15 kilometers seems pretty reasonable as a top altitude. Let's see what we can do in terms of top speed on these jet engines, though. There's 400. 450. And we're dead. But 450 seems probably well more than we'll ever actually do with these. But I want to say they have upgrades, so maybe not? Maybe we can do better. I don't know. But I do think that that is probably going to be the path that we upgrade Ren with. With Lin kind of just being the X1 and maybe X1A. We do get a better config. And it does generate a lot more thrust. So... yeah... That'll probably be that. Let's see. I think I can get one more launch in. Howdy, Bishimoto. You've shown up just in time to see what is probably going to be our last launch of the session. But we will see. I do want to check real quick. Oh, we got a new thing. Definitely not that one. Also not that one. I guess this one? That doesn't... She doesn't really disadvantage us much. And I mean, we can always fire people. Like, not ideal, but... alright. So... And this is a jet, correct? Jet aircraft, yes. Okay. Low supersonic. We'll wait to accept that just yet. Okay. Len is almost done. We might do 2 more launches then. Let's see. Do we have to train another astronaut? So, okay. Can anyone explain to me? Do we need to do the mission training every time? And the proficiency training... only once? Is that how that works? Proficiency once, mission every time. Okay. Alright, we might do 2 launches. But we do need... Mission training is supposed to last 120 days by default. Interesting. Okay. I probably don't have to do this a second time, but that's whatever. That's fine. Yeah, this is the film return. This is going to fulfill that contract, and also unlock all the optional film returns that we can do, which is great because we can make more science. But I need to go and make sure that this is on. Um, let's warp until sunrise. This is the first launch of a new vehicle. It deserves it. All right. All right. Quick saving. Check your staging. Oop. Sorry, my screen just went black. All right. And moderation disabled. Lift off. Alright, we have suffered some kind of failure. It is a loss of thrust. I'm gonna go ahead and just stage this stage. I feel relatively confident that if this works even a little bit, we should have enough thrust. Which we have suffered a failure right off the bat. What config are these running? These are running the second Veronique config. Okay. Oof. Sorry, I just read your message, Bishimoto. Oop. Okay. Well, that's all she wrote, I guess. And I'm gonna go ahead and ditch the fairings. Go ahead and expose this film camera. Um, we can go ahead and arm the parachute. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and burn all the nitrogen that I can, because we need to get about 200 meters downrange, which I don't know that we've done. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, girl. Yeah, no, we are not close. That's fine. We will still get data. We will still be alright. Um, But yeah, Longinus has not had the best start, but that's alright. And I might have the vehicle launch at an angle next time, just to get us more sort of cross range or downrange, I guess it would be. But I'm not that worried about it. We've had a mostly successful mission in that we recovered correctly, at least. That's all I really cared about. Like, we need to get this contract done eventually. But I'm fine if we're just doing these to get science for right now. Because we need science. Like, it's plenty enough to just get that for right now. Alright. Recover. Normal recovery. Hello? Bruh. Bruh. Thank you. I hate that it does that. Yes, we are going to do one launch of Len, and then we're going to go find somebody to raid. If anybody has a raid suggestion, just let me know. I will look at them and probably just agree to it. Excuse me. Oh, that gave us so little. That gave us so little. That's not good. Oh well. Why the fuck does the sky look like that? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, I was like, is it gonna let me put a person in it, or are we just not doing that? And I'm gonna go ahead and snooze the ads, so that we don't have to end on ads. There we go. Why are we not waiting? There we go. Alright, and we do have that. Alright. Let me make sure that we have the contract. 12.5 kilometers. Okay, awesome. Our real goal is 25 kilometers. We're not doing what the contract's telling us, but we are okay to bail out after 12.5. Because, yeah, once we get 25 kilometers, we unlock some new administrator stuff. So we're going to try pretty hard for that. The other thing is that up here, there's very little drag, which means that we can hit some pretty high speeds. Mach 2.6. Damn. I forgot to put science on this, but that's fine. I was in a boss fight for the last little bit. Alright, let's see. Who else is streaming Kerbal? At least one person that I know. So, we're gonna go raid them. Unless somebody else has a suggestion, Worcester is probably gonna be my pick. But I will get this thing on the ground before we raid anyone. Alright, so... I do want to put spoilers on just hard as fuck right now, because I need to lose speed. I also need to lose altitude. I'm also running out of Florida. Can't really see very well, but I'm running out of Florida to land in. So I really would probably be good to start veering to the north. Maybe even circling around the Space Center, but I don't know where that is from here. Other than maybe it's just directly behind me. I'm gonna go ahead and set this to limit me to like... Okay, it already is. Sick. So it's like, if I pull more than 5 Gs, these wings are gonna fall off. And then we're gonna be in real trouble. Alright, turn off the spoilers. I'm gonna fly back to where I think the Space Center is. But, God knows how accurate I am. Though I appear to be coming right up on it. Let's see. Level my wings. Alright, it's a little bit farther south. And just turn a little bit and it'll be due east. Whether or not we can hit it, I don't know. But I might as well fucking try for it, no? Like, it was not my plan to actually land there, but I might as well go for it. Whoops. Do not turn that quickly. Or that sharply. It's allegedly, like, pretty much due to my east. think I see it. I think that's it. Right above the plane. I don't know that we have the glide range to get out there. But again, try for it. Why not? There's a little bit of water between us. So if I end up in that, I'm kind of in trouble, but... I don't think there's a huge risk of that. Because we should be well above our stall speed. Yeah, I should probably install it as well. If you figure out what it is, DM me that, because that would be very useful. Alright. Alright, we are needing to go this way. This thing has really good cross range, I will say. Okay. Oh, textbook, ladies and gents. I went completely silent there for a second. I'm so sorry about that, but that's how you put down an X-plane. Oh, that's how you do it. Get this thing back to the hangar. And on that note, we are rating. Thank y'all so much for coming out. It has been a fucking blast. And I'm hoping to see y'all next Monday. So, no promises, but we will see. I'm thinking same time until I can figure out something a little bit more concrete. And yeah, take care and let's go raid Worcester. Peace.